Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the show. Prepare to witness a man who has mastered the wonder of flight. The world's greatest magician, the one, the only. Maximilian Galactica. What a name. Man, them platforms.
Wow, that was like being in a dream. I haven't even caught my breath yet.
Hee that was amazing, wasn't it, Pearly?
It was great. There was a dancing bear, and a tiger that jumped through a ring of fire, an elephant that rolled a giant ball, not to mention that guy who flew through the air.
Yeah, Max Galactica. He was absolutely fabulous.
Huh? What? Max?
Max Galactica, the world's greatest magician.
A magician?
No, a magician.
Mr. Nick?
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
Does magic have anything to do with channeling spirits?
I don't think it has anything to do with channeling. You don't know about magic, do you, Pearls?
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's time to go.
You're right. We can't miss the last train.
Pearls, you remember the train?
Of course I did. But I don't really understand what everyone means by express train.
Well, Nick, see you later. I'll come by to help clean the office. It's gotta be spotless for the new year. Don't worry about it, really.
You're going to visit Mr. Nick on New Year's?
Maybe.
I'm glad you will get to spend your New Year's with your special someone.
Pearly! Look, it's time to go.
Happy New Year, Mr. Nick!
Oh my god. I want a kid. My wife's not gonna be happy tomorrow. Like, hey, you know what? It might be time to have a kid. Happy New Year. I really hope it'll turn out that way. Why do you want a kid all of a sudden? Well, I was playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. That's the end of that conversation. I hope I can finish cleaning this place in one day. Nick, it's terrible! Ah, Maya, perfect timing. Things are terrible here too. Huh? My office is clean and you were supposed to come clean it. What do I even have you around for? You're not an attorney, so it's not like you're representing any clients. The office is a terrible mess and I have to clean it up. What are you talking about? My dirty office? What are you talking about? Listen, Nick, you have to turn on the TV. The TV? Now let's check in at the scene. Huh? What happened? Thank you. We're here at the Very Big Circus. The Very Big Circus has become the center of a sensational murder. The scene has created quite a stir among the throngs of excited onlookers. The Very Big Circus. That's the circus we went to, right? They're saying that there was a murder. Yeah, they arrested him too. Arrested who? Max! They arrested Max Galactica. Max Galactica. Maya said she was a huge fan of Max. All right, Nick, I'll see you in 2 hours at the detention center. Huh? What? See you there. You still got plenty of time to clean up your office later. What? No, seriously, you do. What are they talking about? Why did they arrest Max? You're asking the wrong man on that one, Maya. Maybe he used his magical skills to deal death with a sleight of hand. Maximilian Galactica would never do such a thing. Fabulous. What the young lady just said was absolutely fabulous. What a clever girl, such a fabulous understanding of events. What's with all this fabulous talk? Welcome to the visitor's room. It's Max! Nick, look! It's the real Maximilian Galactica! Alright, sweetie, pick a card. Any card. He called me sweetie! Nick! Ha 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 ha! Time's running out, sweetie. Pick a card. Any card. This one. I thought you would pick that one, sweetie. The Ace of Hearts. Ah, he got it! He got it! Nick, look, he got it! What can I say, sweetie? You've stolen one of my most valued possessions. One of Maximilian Galactica's hearts. Max. Well, time to make this an absolutely fabulous time. Max, you should let Nick pick a card. I don't want to steal one of his hearts. And you are. Oh, how silly of me. You must be Sweetie's driver. Her driver? Whatever. Hurry up and pick a card, any card. I want this one. Oh, so Sweetie, let's be honest here. You came to this visitor's room to visit me, didn't you? Yes, I'm your biggest fan. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much. Hey, what about my card? Think of it as a souvenir. Well, Nick, I think it's time to get to work. What's the matter, Nick? Why are you looking at the ceiling? I'm just thinking about what I should have for lunch. Sweetie, drop Porcupine Head over there. Shower me with your attention, okay? Oh my god. Oh, yes! Absolutely fabulous! Absolutely cringe-inducing. Max, I was hoping you could tell me a little more about yourself. Fabulous. I think we should get to know each other better too. Why don't you come sit next to me? There's a big piece of security glass between us. Oh, sweet Jeebus. What in the world? If only I could use magic, then I could make this wall disappear. What's this guy talking about? Anyways, lately you become awfully famous, haven't you, Max? That's Maximilian to you, Porcupine Head, get it straight. And that's Attorney Wright to you, shithead. Geez, people nowadays, they get their panties in a ball in a bunch over nothing. Anyway, Maximilian, you won a very prestigious award recently, did you not? I did indeed. It was fabulous. I won the Magician's Grand Prix, held by the Association of International Magicians. It was an award that recognizes that I am the most fabuloso of fabulous world magicians. There was a trophy and a bust. It was it was an amazing day. Wow, that's incredible. Isn't it? I'm certifiably the greatest magician in the world. I'm going to guess he didn't win a trophy for most modest magician. You are signed to an exclusive contract with the Very Big Circus, correct? That's the long and short of it. You sure do your research, sweetie. I'm impressed. You just can't watch a magician on TV, you know. Magic is so fabulous. You have to see it with your own eyes, sweetie. You're right. You're so right. However, the circus, it's a dinosaur thing of the past. Nowadays, no one even cares about what goes on there. Huh? What do you mean? That's why I signed the contract. That's why you signed the contract. Thanks to me, the Very Big Circus is fabulously popular. People come out in droves to catch a glimpse of the magic of Max Galactica. I revived the dinosaur that is the circus. But to me, it was just another magic trick, isn't it? Just wonderful, sweetie. Fabulous. Yes. I made all the old crusty circus performers obsolete. But I kinda like the circus performances. Maya looks a bit down. I'm pretty sure he's gonna say fabulous many more times before the end of this case. Tell me what happened at the Very Big Circus. Last night, the ringmaster was murdered. The ringmaster? You mean Russell Berry? Someone smashed him over the head, I hear. He was slumped over on the ground. Even though it was the middle of the night, the police presence was fabulous. The police questioned me at length. Questioned you about what? About everything. I was the last one to see the ringmaster before he was murdered. I saw him last evening in his room.
So then why were you arrested?
Arrested? Don't make an anthill into a mountain, sweetie. He just wanted to consult with me on matters, that's all.
Nick, I don't think Max understands how serious this is.
She's right. I think I should shock him back to reality. Before the murder, you met with the ringmaster? Uh-huh. What'd you talk about? Things that aren't for your ears. Maya, would you please ask him?
What did you talk about with the ringmaster, Max?
It was nothing. Small talk, really. We were just having a chat about my salary.
Salary?
I am the one bringing in the crowds. I think I should be compensated as such. You agree, don't you?
Yes.
That's all you talked about? Of course. It was a fabulous chat. Liar. Just fabulous. I mean, now he's got me saying it.
What's the matter, Nick? You all look all bent out of shape.
All right, well, we don't have anything to present him right now. Psh. Oh, this was like a serious thing. I was skipping all that dialogue. Anyway, I've been curious about something for a while now.
What's that?
Why do you keep looking at me with such a sad look on your face, sweetie?
Because you've been arrested for murder.
Oh, don't be ignorant. They wouldn't arrest someone like me. Why is that? Obviously because I'm the fabulous Maximilian Galactica. So, I'm the very big star of the very big circus. And that means I'm rich. I'm paid fabulous sums. Which means what?
Max.
Quit joking around. You gotta be pulling my magic wand. The police aren't really serious about all this, are they? They don't arrest people as a joke.
Look at Max, he's crushed.
Well, he needed to wake up and smell the coffee. This is serious business. Yes? Sir, you're my lawyer. You're a lawyer, right? Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm an attorney. Please help me. I didn't kill nobody.
Didn't kill nobody?
I may be more spoiled than a hog in a hamburger mud pit. But a killer? That's insane. I could never.
Max?
I swear. I just wanted to pay off my daddy's debt. He's back on the farm. Okay, I'll take your case.
Really?
Really? Thank you much. Y'all sure are nice folks.
What's your real name?
It's Billy Bob Johns. Okay. What's the matter, Maya?
He's really just a country bumpkin.
You're one to talk. I must apologize for not being my absolutely fabulous self just now, sweetie. Huh? Mr. Attorney. Yes? A few minutes ago you took one of my cards, didn't you? Now that he mentions it, I did take a card. It was the 10 of hearts, right? What? Howdy, he got it right again. What can I say, you two? You've stolen some of my most valued possessions. 10 of Maximilian Galactica's hearts. You sure do have a lot of hearts, don't you? I'm putting my faith in you, sweetie. He didn't just call me sweetie, did he?
All right, let's make this an absolutely fabulous case. Come on, Nick. We're here again.
Yep. It hasn't been that long since the crime, so the police are still on the scene.
Let's find someone who might know something about what happened.
Sounds like a plan. This seems to be a dorm where all the performers in the circus stay.
Really? So we might run into that stoogey clown here, right? He's so kooky.
Ah, Choo-Choo.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
How's it you guys always seem to know when I'm working at a crime scene, pal? Because you're always working, detective. Well, I'd rather not always be working, but with crime, you don't make your own hours. I have to be at the circus anyways. I want to see the lion tamer on the tightrope. However, no matter where I go, the show is always the same. Dead body, stage left. Okay, that was funny. Nick, he complained. That's a rarity. Let's get back to business now, okay? You know who will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow? Of course, it'll be Miss Von Karma. She isn't gonna hit me with her whip again, is she? She almost certainly will. What do you have to worry about? You only have to see her in court. When she shows up at the precinct, the sound of that whip never ends, pal. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure Miss Von Karma's really interesting and all, but there's someone else I'd rather talk about. Like who? Like Mr. Edgeworth, of course. You know, Nick's true rival, Miles Edgeworth. What in the world happened after I went back home? Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't heard what happened to him? Nick won't tell me. Well, to be honest, I'm not at liberty to tell you either. Let's just say he's not around anymore. He's not around? Nick, what does he mean? Mr. Edgeworth isn't around. Exactly what he said. He's not around. Edgeworth is gone. Don't say his name again, okay? God damn, dude. Relax. She doesn't fucking know. Pump the brakes. Nick. The ringmaster of the circus was murdered, wasn't he? Yep, last night around 10 p.m. He died outside in the cold. Pretty sad way to go out, if you ask me, pal. It was rather cold. This is the scene of the crime, pal. The body was found right over there. Right about where you're standing now. Ah! Ho ho ho. Surprised you, didn't I? I'm not laughing. Excuse me, but do you mind telling me what happened to the victim? He was killed by a blow to the noggin, pal. Yep. It's pretty clear cut as far as murders go. He was discovered quickly, but there's just one thing that doesn't quite fit. Ha! There always seems to be something that doesn't quite fit. What was this one thing that just didn't quite fit? The thing you mentioned earlier. Footprints, pal. Footprints. Footprints? Look at this picture of the crime scene. What's this? This wooden box under the body? No clue, pal. Some forensics experts took it back and are examining it now. And? What is so mysterious about the footprints? Whoa, calm down. Take a good look at the footprints of this picture. The victim's footprints are on the scene. The victim's footprints are on the scene. That's right, pal. Problem is, the killer's footprints aren't there. Bingo. Where did the killer come from? And where did the killer run off to? Obviously, there is no way the killer committed this crime while flying. A flying culprit? There's no way. Flying is impossible. That's right. Flying is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Haha. What's with the hollow laugh, pal? I meant nothing by it, pal. Better stated, it means I don't want to talk about it. Maybe I can get some info about Max out of him. Looks like Mac is the most unpopular guy in the circus then. You know what they say, a bad attitude follows you everywhere. He's a bit arrogant, but he didn't seem that bad. Just because someone has a bad attitude doesn't make them a criminal. It's not just his attitude. I've got proof, pal. Huh? He left something at the scene of the crime. One of his magician's trademarks. An incredibly well-made silk hat. It does have very classy decorative elements. Max uses a cloak, silk hat, and white roses as his signature symbols. Pretty mundane, aren't they? Who cares if they are mundane? At least they are easy to understand. I must have hit a nerve. That's what he said. Who said? The eyewitness. Huh? Tell us about the eyewitness. Oh, you're not going to tell you about that. That's the prosecutor's trump card. Oh well. Oh, I just remembered. What? I forgot to mention that you two are barred from entering that lodging house. Why is that? Oh, no reason. Just something I remembered to tell you. It must be because that's where the eyewitness is. Let's check it out. Don't you dare, pal. Definitely going to do it. Moe's room. Oh, God. Okay, guys. This is going to be an experience. I have to accept that there's going to be a clown. He's going to be an eyewitness. We're going to have to talk to him. We're going to have to get information from him. I'm going to have to cross-examine him. And may even, ooh, it would be very cathartic if I could pin the murder on him, but I'm not sure if that's the game's doing. I'm not looking forward to this. I wonder whose room this is.
That name tag on the door says Mo on it.
I guess he's not here.
Wow, it's a real mess in here.
So I don't need that right now. My room's probably worse, though.
Oh well, I give up. We'll have to come back later.
Oh, thank God. Circus stage sure doesn't look this small from out in the audience.
Wow, this is where they all perform, isn't it? Nick, do some somersaults.
I'm not doing any somersaults.
Why not? You look like you'd be great at it.
Why do I look like I'd be great at somersaults? Grr?
Huh? Nick?
It wasn't me. Grr. Roar.
The tiger!
He's coming this way! Grr. Ah.
Nick, you're too young to die! Nick!
Stay, heal! Grr.
I'm still here. I'm not dead yet. Nick, are you okay?
Oh, scared you, didn't I? Oh, that's a girl. I mean, I'm already committed, right? Regent is such a cute tiger, isn't he? What's the matter? You two sure are quiet.
Dude, what's the matter, me? Nick, he almost died there.
Ha! He wasn't anywhere close to getting hurt, let alone dying. This little tiger hardly ever bites people, and besides, people normally never get to play with a wild tiger, right? So if you think about it, you're actually really lucky. Huh? You agree, don't you? Oh God, I can't keep that voice up when she's doing that. I guess.
What do you mean you guess? Why are you agreeing with her?
Woohoo, your costume. It's cute. I want to try it on. Oh my God.
Costume? You mean my clothes?
You don't mind letting me try it on, right?
I guess not.
Really? You're the best. Wow, the tables turned quickly on that one. So much for the tiger thing. Keep the smoker voice. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Regina Berry, the renowned animal tamer of the Berry Big Circus.
My name's Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium.
Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. When you put us up next to an animal tamer, I bet we look really odd. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Oh my God, stop bouncing up and down.
Hey, Regina, do you know about what happened last night?
You mean the murder?
Uh-huh.
My dad was murdered. Oh, I see. What? Wait, what did she just say?
So the ringmaster was your...
Yep, the ringmaster was my dad.
I'm so sorry about what happened to him.
Why do you say you're sorry?
Huh?
Anyway, everyone was here practicing last night. Even your dad? Yes, everyone was here. We finished up around 10 p.m. After that, everyone went off on their own. I was the only one who stayed around here.
Why did you do that?
I was playing with Regent.
Regent, so she was with that beast.
That's when the police showed up. When they took me to check things out, Dad was dead. For someone whose father was just murdered, she seems awfully perky. I wish she would tell us more about her dad.
That's incredible that you are an animal trainer, tamer.
If you say so.
It has to be really scary.
Scary? Why?
Huh?
Regent isn't scary, he's cute. Ever since Leon died, Regent has been my best friend.
Leon? Leon? Is it Leon?
Yes.
Leon the Lion.
Leon the Lion, Regent and Regina. Interesting name choices.
Leon, he died? Yes, actually he was killed. My dad killed him.
What? Why did he do that? What the fuck is happening here? All these truth bombs, and she's just like,
yeah, you know, it happened, but I didn't think it was a big deal or anything. I'm not sure why he did it.
It's tough not to get charmed when she looks at you with those innocent eyes.
This silk hat is Max's.
That's right.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I thought of the idea for wearing the hat. Huh? Really? Yep, he took my sketch to the hat shop. And they made a custom hat for him based off the sketch. There's only one of these silk hats in the entire world. Isn't that cool? After practice was over, Dad went back to his room. His room? Yes. That door right over there leads to the ringmaster's room. I don't know why, but he went off to his room in a hurry. I wonder what happened.
The ringmaster's room is probably a good idea to check it out myself.
This was the ringmaster's room?
Yes, this room belongs to the victim, which means this must be where Max met the ringmaster last night.
Now that you mention it, this is what he said. That is what he said.
I wonder what, that's an interesting poster.
Ah, it's a poster of Max. I want it. I want it. Nick, I want it.
I want to get out of here.
So many posters that they aren't likely to miss one, are they?
Oh my god.
You didn't even notice I took one.
Wow, that's really good, Maya. You're incorrigible, you know that?
You may not know this, but they call this a tailcoat.
They call this the face of someone who already knew that.
What?
Scrap of white paper is sticking out of the coat pocket.
Huh? Where? Where?
Calm down, Maya. You can't just go rummaging through people's coats.
You always make me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
Because you are. Although I'll say, Maya is the ultimate RPG protagonist.
Let me just rummage through your shit and take all your items.
This right here. It's a table for guests. There are some papers scattered on top.
Oh, look at this. Max's salary is written on this piece of paper. Yikes!
What is it?
I didn't know that a magician. This salary is incredible.
It looks like she's ready to pass out from shock. How much is it? That much?
Incredible, huh?
You can say that again. This must be the paper they used to negotiate Max's salary. Ringmaster signed and dated it.
What's the matter, Nick?
Max definitely got a raise, but this document is dated a week ago.
Max isn't here.
He must be in questioning.
Oh, I wanted to see a magic trick.
Should be back in a little bit.
I guess so.
Is it you? Ah.
Regina, what's the matter? What's on your mind? I'll tell you, Maya, but just you.
Ah.
Well... What? Really? And then... Oh my, that's incredible, Regina. Come on, Nick, there's no reason to pout.
Don't worry about me.
Regina told me that someone professed their love to her.
Professed their love?
Not only that, it was Maximilian Galactica.
I wonder how many people have stolen one of his hearts anyways.
And then, on the exact same day, another person professed their love for her as well.
What? Who was it?
Someone named Trilo.
Trilo?
Apparently, he's a tenor who sings in a circus.
Haven't met him yet.
Regina seems to be quite the hit with the men in the circus.
She must have some sort of strange power over them.
You're not kidding. 2 people in one day. Even I want to profess my love for her.
Me too. She's so cute. Wait, isn't she 10?
Huh? Hey, Nick, look over there.
What?
There's someone over there. Excuse me.
Okay. Man, this dude needs a jaw. Hello.
Wow, he sure is a quiet one. Excuse me.
What? Huh? Me? Yes, you work at the circus, don't you? No, I'm just an everyday average Joe.
An average Joe who just happens to hang out at the circus. I don't think so.
Yes, I am. I got nothing to do with what's going on here. He's lying, like any regular person would hang around the circus dressed like that. Look at that fucking bow tie. I'm an attorney. My name is Phoenix Wright.
And I'm a spirit medium. My name is Maya.
What a crew. Well, I just happen to be passing by. I don't suppose you happen to be some kind of carny. Not a carny, I'm a performer. Actually, I'm a ventriloquist.
Ah, Trillo. Ventriloquist?
I'm Benjamin Woodman.
Your last name is Woodman?
Yes, that's right. But everyone calls me Ben.
Ah, yes. That's your alias, right?
I believe they call it a stage name. Excuse me, Ben? Oh, yeah? You mean me? About the murder. I'd like to talk to you about the details, if I may. Really? I'm just a regular, normal guy. I don't know. This guy's so nervous, he's creeping me out.
Nick, cheer up. Just try and smile. Do you mind telling us something about Max? Maximilian Galactica.
Max? He's not very nice. Did he just say that Max is not very nice? Ow, my head hurts. Yikes, I hope he's okay. It sounds like he just popped a gasket.
Ben, so you're a ventriloquist?
I'm just a regular guy. You already told us that you were a ventriloquist. Oh, yeah.
Nick, don't yell at him. You can't do that.
I can't help it. He's making me nervous.
Ben, would you mind showing me some of your skills as a ventriloquist?
Well, right now, why? He's contagious.
Hello?
Oh, God.
Kablamo! Congratulations, you're the wiener! The 1 million visitor to the room of one Mr. Mo Curls, aka me!
Earplugs. Must find earplugs.
To celebrate the momentous occasion, would you care for an organic grape? Just one.
No. No.
Did you get my joke right there? I welched on giving you more than one. No. If it was funny, it is your duty as a human being to laugh. People who don't laugh are usually last seen in Lansing. Catch my drift?
God. Maya? This is like some Faustian nightmare. Come on, it was funny. Clowns are always funny in my book. In my book, they're just funny looking.
You sure do have great taste in clothes, girlie. Look at that garb. You look just like Greta Garb. Oh!
I'm going home.
No, Nick, you can't.
You know, I can excuse a bad joke or two, but this dude keeps laughing at his own jokes. That's what I object to.
Okay, I get it. But you have to admit he's kind of funny.
No, I do not have to admit that because he isn't.
God. Could you please tell us more about the very big circus? It's a very big story. You sure you got that kind of time?
And the hits just keep on coming.
The circus has been in business for 20 years. We all performed under the guidance of the ringmaster, Russell Berry. 20 years? Wow. Working in a circus is never easy, especially nowadays. With movies, TV, and bowling, there's just too much competition. But I love the circus. I love it too. This is why I've been here for 20 years. We work to keep the show running. No one sends in the clowns on us, oh God. Nick, he just made a joke. Laugh.
Har, har, har. Har, he, R.
The ringmaster was a real big shot in the circus world, a real class act. Even when there were no customers, Russell would use his own money to pay me, because he knew that I had a family to care for. He was happy to take care of his employees.
I see.
How could anyone do that to such a wonderful man?
Oh god, why is he laughing again? Mo?
Wiggity, 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 what?
Oh. Vomit. Blah.
I'm sorry, Mo. Nick was born without a sense of humor. Don't worry about it. How can you fault someone for being born that way?
Let's talk about the murder.
Let's see. Must have taken place around 10 p.m. last night. After rehearsals were finished, I was tuckered out, so I came back here. After I went to bed, that's when I caught a peek of it.
Caught a peek?
Of the crime.
Why is he laughing about it? Just as we suspected. This guy's the eyewitness to the crime.
The ringmaster is truly ahead of his time. He would always add new elements to the show.
New elements?
When you've been a performer for a long time, your act starts getting a bit stale. I realize that even my act can get a bit long in the tooth. Sometimes my joke's gonna be a bit, old-fashioned.
Bit long in the tooth.
But that make-believer takes things too far.
Make-believer?
The magician. The one that thinks he's all high and mighty. He had the gall to say to me, "You're one of those funny types, right?" What does he mean, one of those? Well, the joke's on him.
On him?
Yep. He got on everyone's nerves. Day of the murder?
Go ahead.
Nope, no way. Just forget I said anything.
But he's still hiding something about Max. So you saw the crime. Do you mind telling me what you saw?
Well, the police told me that I can't share my story with others. Don't say a word, pal. I'm just gonna have to let these lips stay zipped.
That's not fair.
I guess you're right. Maybe I can tell you a few details, but only if you can get old stiff lips here to make with the funny.
Stiff lips? Wait, you mean me?
Nick, you can do it. What's the matter?
Just getting ready. Okay. Do you know why I, Phoenix Wright, am a great lawyer? Because I'm right all the time. She's sad. I made her sad with my joke.
At least his expectations were low. I wouldn't let him quit his day job.
Yeesh, cut a guy some slack. At least it was funnier than Chuckles over here.
It wasn't the greatest joke I've heard, but you did try, so I'll tell you what I saw.
I'm sorry he's incapable of being funny, Mo.
That night, once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Once I heard it, I jumped out of bed. That's what I saw. Without a question, without a doubt, it was that magician. That's all I saw, but it just proves how terrible that man actually is.
He knows more about Max than he's letting on.
It's that uppity faker's uppity hat. They found this at the scene of the crime, didn't they?
That's what I've been told.
Unbelievable, that jerk killed the ringmaster.
Really, it's a shame what happened to the ringmaster, huh, Mo? Seems that the ringmaster was truly a great man.
That's the ringmaster's daughter, Regina. Ever since she was a little girl, she's been watching the circus performances. Cuter than a little puppy Maltese? If only my Lorena were that cute.
Man. Lorena? Lorena's my daughter. God damn, dude. What a dickhead.
God, if only my daughter wasn't fucking ugly. She lives with her mother now.
It's true what they say about the tears of a clown.
If he thinks he can kill the ringmaster, it's only just that he should die too.
No!
Sorry, I crossed the line, but he truly is a disgusting human being.
Why do you hate him so much?
Let me tell you this one story.
Morning before the murder, something terrible happened. Max clonked Ben right over the head, as hard as he could. Ben? The ventriloquist with the speech impediment? You should go to the cafeteria and investigate for yourselves. Cafeteria? Let's just say there's gotta be something interesting there. Yes. The Brave Big Circus is very big, isn't it? You should always carry a map with you to get around. Ah, thank you. This is an atlas. At last. Oh, I kill myself. Really, I'm dying here. Coronary. He's just laughing to hear his own voice. What a shitty cafeteria. Ew, this place is gross. This must be because of last night. They didn't have time to clean up after dinner because of the murder. That reminds me. What was it that Mo said? He said that yesterday morning, Max clonked Ben over the head here. He also said that there's gotta be something interesting there. Nick, what's gotta be interesting? Don't ask. Chair's been knocked over. That's what it looks like. Almost looks like someone knocked it over in a struggle or used it for self-defense. Or maybe Regent just likes to eat his dinner in the cafeteria? What's this? Must be a juice bottle or something. Ah, watch out, Nick. There's broken glass all over the floor. A broken bottle just lying in the middle of the floor? Think it means anything? It's gotta be something interesting here. Huh? Looks like we're gonna have to go back and meet with him. Him? Oh, it's my two sweeties. Welcome to the detention center. You just call me sweetie again. What's on today's agenda? What can I help you with? Well, we've gathered quite a few clues. Wonderfully fantabuloso. I mean, fabulous. That's why we came to meet with you again. What's wrong? Quit making such a scary face. Okay then, Max. Let's make this absolutely fabulous. Maximum Galactica weather. When you see me, you get shivers, don't you? Silk hat, the cloak, the white roses on my chest. They're my symbols. You know I had to cut the number of symbols to 3. Really? You had quite a few to begin with then, huh? Well, I thought you could never have too many symbols. Sunglasses, beauty marks, soft pillows for lips, a beard, buck teeth. Gave all sorts of symbols a shot. But if I forgot one when I put on my makeup, everyone would forget who I am. That's awful, especially for a magician. I can't believe a guy with that ugly mug is after my sweetie pie princess. Especially after she had eluded my charms for such a long time. There isn't much you can do about that, right? You haven't ever been truly in love, have you? When you are truly in love with someone, you'd be jealous of their mirror because it traps their image inside. Wow. Aw, didn't you think that's sweet of him, Nick? I'm going to get back with my sweetie pie. Then I'm going to turn that dumb puppet into a toy glider. Guess you two haven't worked out your differences yet. Do we have enough to get him to spill the beans? That's... It was on the table in the ringmaster's room. You weren't lying when you said you received quite a raise. Is there a problem with being well compensated? Not with the compensation, just with the date. This is dated a week ago. Max, you finished your contract negotiations a week ago. Fabulous. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. That night, the ringmaster called me to his room. He called you? Why did he do that? Sorry, sweetie, that's private. Why would you do this to your attorney? Ringmaster called him. I wonder if there was some sort of problem. Max, perhaps you could share with me what you two spoke about. Well, not if I don't have to. Isn't this why you were called to the ringmaster's room that night? Where'd you get that? Cafeteria. But you already knew that, didn't you? Of course. Ellen broke on the floor. They fell and broke on the floor. He's still hiding something else. Max, what is it, my sweetie? Didn't fall on the floor and break on the floor. You used the bottle to...
Take that!
Ben? You nailed him over the head with this bottle, didn't you? And that's why you got called to the ringmaster's room that night. Fabulous! You might as well be a magician. The truth is, yesterday morning during breakfast, we had a run-in. I mean, you had a fight with Ben the ventriloquist? You could put it that way. Why did you fight with him? Ben seems like such a quiet man. We fought about my sweetie pie. You mean Regina? That ill-bred creep told me, my sweetie pie princess, that he was in love with her. Would you put up with that? Ill-bred? Are you talking about the same Ben? Told her he was in love with her. Are you sure this is the Ben we're talking about? This is Ben we're talking about? All I can say is that he made me mad and I had to tap him on his hard head. That's when the ringmaster called me and I realized it was my chance. Your chance? That's when I went to his room and I laid it all out on the table. I asked him to let me marry my sweetie pie. What? The ringmaster told me that it sounds good to me. That's why my sweetie pie is my sweetie pie and no one else's. I see. Since Ben was causing me so much trouble, I realized I had to shut him up. Shut him up? Big yikes. What do you mean by shut him up? You don't know, do you, my sweetie? Trillo can't say a word, not without Ben. Trillo? The puppet, the ventriloquist puppet. His real name is Trilloquist. God. But a puppet doesn't talk. I know, that's why I hid it. Before the police came and took me away, of course. If that puppet started flapping off of the balsa, I'd be screwed. You hit him? You mean the ventriloquist puppet? You are so smart, sweetie. Where did you hide him? What, sweetie? You aren't thinking of trying to add him to my defense, are you? Well, Ben does seem awfully lonely without his puppet. Fabulous. That should have taught him a lesson. Okay, I had Trillo in the ringmaster's room. You don't mind going there and getting Trillo for me, do you, my sweets? No problem. None at all. Thank you, Max. You know I can't stand to see my sweeties in a jam. Then don't go hiding puppets. Okay. Yeah, guard, can you remove all cards from his person? Huh? Ben's not here anymore. Yeah, I wanted to ask him something. His code out. He's probably in the tent. Oh, hey, Ben. Hello? Hello to you, too. It's awfully cold today, don't you agree? Yeah, I do indeed. Don't you think it's cold, Nick? I don't see how talking about the weather is helping our case. Trophy? Yeah, try that. Like, all county quiz. Blah, blah, blah. There's something shoved under the bookshelf. This is... That's Trillo. That's Ben's puppet. I think you're right. We'll give it back to him later. Why do I have to carry this thing? Ah, Ben, this is yours, isn't it? Yeah, that's mine. Here you go. Alright, Maya, let's get going. It's that time, isn't it? See you around, Ben. Oh, okay. So, Nick, where are we going next? Let's see, maybe we should... Hey, wait. Who said that? What are you looking at? I'm right here, you blind wretch. Wench. What's your problem anyway? Oh, you know how to properly greet someone? It should probably have more of an voice like that. Wait, no, I don't like that. It should just be a variation of Ben's voice. Ben, is that you, Ben? No, I would never. It was me, yeah, me, down here. You're Trillo. That is Mr. Quest to you, sir. Learn your manners before you just blurt out my name. Or should it be something entirely different, like, now try speaking to me again, but this time with some proper respect. Not again. Mr. Quiz, is that better? No, look at me when I'm talking to you, you 8-bit excuse for an attorney. Trello, we talked about insulting people, he promised. But he was mocking me. Not being mean to bullies was not included in the deal. I'm sorry, Trello. Stop hitting yourself, literally. Hey, what just happened? Trello's still a puppet. Hey, who do you think you are, calling me a puppet? Tell us what you know about the murder. You talking to me? I said you're talking to me. Don't look at him when you're talking to me. Trello Quiz, you behave, young man. Shut up, Woody. What murder are you talking about? You mean the one where they off the old man? I guess so. No need to make such a fuss about things. That old mutt paid us all peanuts. Trello, you can't say things like that. I didn't raise you to be that kind of puppet. Don't you have nerve pills or something to take right now? Good lord.
These two are really an odd couple, aren't they, Nick?
Okay, I'll talk. Gramps got clobbered over the head. Let me lay it all out for you. The pay sucks, the clown sucks, and my partner has his hand up my pants.
Your partner? You mean Ben?
Yeah, the creepy old guy who never finds it in himself to leave me alone. Tell him to back off from me, will you? He's just another one of those one of the dorks around here.
Oh, my.
But I'll be fair. In this cesspool of human garbage masquerading as performers, I found my Madonna.
Your Madonna?
Regina, my lovely Regina. She's stunning, right? Right, Ben? Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far. You'll have to excuse him. He does not understand of what he speaks. I, on the other hand, am an appreciator of true beauty, hence why I shall marry her.
Mary?
The ringmaster got knocked upside his cheap head by that flying fraud. You mean Max Galactica? Why do you say that? Trello, straighten up. Don't accuse people like that. Straighten up, I'm made of wood. Besides, you were there. You know what happened. You were there? If you're that impressed, then I'll let you in on the facts.
You're going to marry Regina?
That's right. She doesn't quite realize the joy that awaits her, does she? I think I'm beginning to see why she seemed troubled. Well, I don't care. This is my choice, not hers. We're getting hitched. I know you think that, but... But what? I gave her a special gift. I gave her the wonderful gift of song.
You gave her a song?
Well, I am a renowned tenor. You'll be happy to know that I've decided to grace you with one of my songs. Me. I want you to touch me. I want you to kiss me. I want you to... The rest is private.
Well, the melody is pretty good. Those lyrics, stop touching your face. Don't do it. Those lyrics, I think they need a little work.
Who asked you? I'm the artist here. Thanks. Now that Trillo's here, does that mean you can talk normally now? Hey, buttface.
Ah!
You must be looking forward to tomorrow, aren't you, Mr. Ambulance Chaser? Hey, fuck off. You know, it's time to get rid of that pesky magician once and for all.
Trillo.
Enough jibba jabba. Let's get to court already. Hey, wait a second.
Nick, what's going on?
He's a witness for tomorrow's trial.
What in the world happened with Ben and Trillo?
Quite a pair, those two. Oh! Oh no, now what? God. Yeah, that monkey. Ah! My badge! The monkey stole it.
What? Mr. Attorney, that face was so cute. You look so completely dumbfounded. Regina!
You, that monkey.
Hey, no need to get angry, okay?
But my attorney's badge.
Don't worry, I'll help you out.
Okay, if you say so. If I don't get my badge back, how can I flash it?
By the way, the monkey's name is Money. Money the monkey. His name is Money? Whenever Money sees something shiny, he takes it back home.
That's pretty funny. Well, I guess I'll just have to find out where money disappeared to.
I think that's your best bet. You should probably ask Uncle Mo. He might know.
Huh? You don't know?
Well, Money isn't exactly someone I'm on friendly terms with. What? He's not really the kind of animal I work with, even if he does need taming.
Oh, I see. Little Mo's. I guess it's time that I revisit that kooky clown. Kooky clown!
Do you mind telling us a bit about Ben? Ben? You mean the guy that is always hanging around Trillo?
What do you mean, hanging around?
Well, he was there when Trillo told me that he was in love with me.
Trillo told you he was in love with you?
Yes, he did. Kinda cute, don't you think? He's so smart. And he's such a wonderful singer. I love him.
But what about Ben?
What about Ben? He's got nothing to do with me loving Trillo.
Like sand through the hourglass, so are the days of the circus. Is a Days of Our Lives joke really that well known that, like, the gamer population would have gotten that joke?
Regina, you were proposed to, weren't you? Proposed to? Nope, that won't be for a while.
Huh? Really? That's strange, isn't it, Nick? Yeah, Max and Trillo both said otherwise. They said they asked for her hand in marriage, but Max said it to her father. Yeah. But Max only talked to the ringmaster about it. Forgot about that. He asked the ringmaster for her hand, but not Regina directly.
So I guess Trillo hasn't asked her directly yet. Why, he's going to propose to me? I'm so confused. How about you, Maya?
Huh? What?
Who do you think I should go for, Max or Trillo?
Wait, do you realize that Trillo is a puppet?
Huh? I don't care that he's a bit stiff.
So what can I do for you? You remember a good joke you wanted to tell me? Pull up a chair, or maybe just pull my finger, let me have it.
We're going to get the same sound effect either way, aren't we?
How'd you know I put a whoopee cushion on the chair? You really know what it takes to be a clown, don't you? So, about Regina. Regina's such a pure, innocent child.
She's such a cutie, too.
She was born and raised in the circus, you know. But that means she doesn't really know about the world outside the big top.
Sounds like Pearly.
For her, every child's dream of the circus is her everyday reality.
She lives in a dream world.
She sees dancing wild animals, men flying in the air, and one very funny clown every day. Funny thing is, that all seems normal to her because it is her everyday life. Yes, that explains why she thinks she can marry a ventriloquist puppet. Don't ask me if her reality is a good thing or a bad thing, though. The clown sees life simply without complications. You ever heard of a monkey named Money? Ah, yes, Money. He stole my attorney's badge. Well, Money does love shiny objects. It makes sense that he'd swipe your badge. But under no circumstances can you chase after him. Huh? Why is that?
Oh, I know. You don't want to get involved in any monkey business, right?
Exactly! Bravo! Bravo! Enough joking around, though. Money isn't considered a member of Regina's family.
Then who does he belong to?
I'll be happy to take you to where his owner's staying.
You mean right now?
Of course. Shall we go? Should we go with him now or wait a while? This room. This is it. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? I can't breathe. Don't be such a wimp. You only had to climb 2 flights of stairs. Anyway, this is the place. Acro's room. Acro? He's an acrobat. It seems like he's not around today.
That's a big pile of junk over in the corner.
I don't think it'd be wrong to assume that Phoenix's stuff is over there too. Just be careful to make sure you've got the right stuff.
Thanks, Mo. See you later. Nick, I found it. Your badge. It's right here.
Thanks. You really saved me. Huh?
What's the matter?
Did you find something? Yeah, check this out.
That's a ring.
There's something engraved on it. From T to R. Well, I think it's about time to wrap up our investigation.
Do you think we'll win in court tomorrow?
Who knows? Even I can't imagine what kind of testimony will come out tomorrow. We have like nothing to prove our client's innocence, except his own testimony. I'm guessing Mo will be a witness in court tomorrow. Mo and maybe the puppet?
Don't worry, Nick. No matter what, we've still got a magician on our side.
That's good, because we might need some magic tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the district court defendant lobby... Good morning, Max. Max? Milk.
What?
If I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage, I just can't function, sweetie.
Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down.
I guess.
Nick, Max is really nervous.
That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties.
What?
Huzzah! You don't think I should fly, do you?
Huh?
You know, you gotta make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone with your flight.
Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay.
Oh, sweetie.
What's it this time, Max?
Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now, the dashing young lawyers flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side.
Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eye?
Oh yes, her. And him. And now the case of... Ah, what? Your Honor, get on with it. Oh, sorry. I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So? Well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor. He does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. Not that that's relevant to anything that I'm saying right now, but I think everyone wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. What, then Billy Bob Johns sounds unfriendly? I wonder if that is to our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please.
I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy.
Okay, it's irrelevant as to whether you acknowledge, whatever. But I guess, I bet you think Legends is canon too, am I right?
It did not count, do you hear me?
You can yell as loud as you want, doesn't change anything. If we were to look on the court records, it would say that my defendant was not guilty, and you lost. You lose, etc., etc., etc. She must still be upset about what happened last time. No shit, Phoenix.
You have no chance. Zero. Zilch nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of Von Karma to lose at anything.
Well, you lost already, so...
I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are.
What, me? Personally? I'm not on trial here. Guilty? What are you talking about?
It will be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back.
Yikes.
There, opening statement complete.
What? That wasn't an opening statement. She just harassed me.
Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time.
Very well. You may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma.
Detective Gumshoe, get up there now. Sorry to keep you from work, but as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective.
Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this.
Very well. I would like to begin by shedding light on the events in question.
At your service, sir.
All right, Detective, you may proceed with your testimony.
The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out.
I'm gonna have to dispute that real quick. Snow simply means that it was generally somewhere between, or at best, I guess, in this case,
30 to 30, what, 6? 34-ish, because you can get flurries, and, you know, higher you go. Degrees Fahrenheit, so extremely cold might be a bit of a stretch. I guess maybe if you never get snow, then it must be extremely cold. But otherwise, 32, I'm not gonna lie, is not all that cold. All the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. Cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. Wow, sucks to suck. He was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. A blunt object. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Stop talking. Stop. Let's just do this. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. That's not what I fucking asked you. I didn't ask you the question yet. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's got to be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? We need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? When you say all the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the animal trainer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist, and of course, the defendant, Maximilian Galactica, and his victim, the ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regent the tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Gina was playing with the regent, while Mo went back to his room, tired from work, and tired from being a clown in general. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. The ringmaster and Max went off to the ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. Well, say that out loud, you stupid fucker! Phoenix. I'd like you to be a bit more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m. Okay, no, not a problem, Val. We've got a witness. Fuck. This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. All right. We'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Why wouldn't you just do it now? You stupid... Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? A wooden... okay. A wooden box? That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? There was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. It was a rather strange wooden box. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? Wooden box. Maybe my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. You mind telling us what was inside the box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. We took it back to the station, cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle, what is that, detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper. Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box? Wonder if that has some sort of special meaning? According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? What am I doing? Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm being totally unprofessional here. Alright, there we go. You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it is something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. But you did find the perpetrator, allegedly. No. I bet he made it disappear with magic. Ho ho! That's an outrageous thing to say, Detective Gumshoe. Well, never mind. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. You mean all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we have wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. The shoulders of an ox. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Please state your name and occupation for the record. What the fuck was my voice for him? I don't even remember. My name is Trilloquist. I'm employed as an operatic tenor? That's a word? Okay. Oh no, it was like a smooth voice, I think. The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with the song. Me. The world of the law, exciting and daring, guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think?
Had a good rhythm.
It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge? Shut up. Just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face on the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star.
Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds.
What's going on here? Order, order. I demand to know who the witness is. No, don't worry about me. Oh, shit. Ouch. You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. Okay, then get the fuck off the stand, witness. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge. I mean the clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene? You're sure of that? Without a doubt, he had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How could you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why is that? Here's absolute proof. Silk hat. This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there'd be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay. I guess she's the boss again today. You're not the boss of me now. Shut up. Clown. What? Funny like a clown? You're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic I can't stand him. Just a little bit of exercise and his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good. Poor guy. He didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. When it comes to being a first-place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack. Then what happened? Why the plaza's entrance?
To do some thinking, of course.
It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Thinking in your nice, warm lodging house had been a better idea. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. But I'm a good thinker. At least my teacher always said I was. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica?
Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup?
Snobby three-piece getup?
Get the wax out of your ears. Lawyers nowadays, you're like talking to a brick wall. Max three-piece getup, jeez. Could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you.
Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort in preparing your questions. Yeah, his questions fucking suck. You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo?
That's right, and that makes him the killer. There was only one person headed that way that night.
That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this than meets the eye. Is there something more amiss here? It's a bit strange, don't you think?
What's strange?
That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well?
What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright?
Who else do you suppose the witness could have seen? Nope. Ringmaster? That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have been able to see the ringmaster as well. Ah! Obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendants, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ugh, I see. It seems at this stage I have no reason to doubt the witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of the bitter love triangle with Regina. It's probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene?
I suppose that would have been around. Hey, what time was it?
I think it was around, I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is...
Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra?
It's because you have to answer my goddamn questions, you stupid puppet.
Why can't you just believe that we'd be standing outside in that weather?
For the exact reasons that we said. Again, you stupid fucking puppet. Well, maybe you were waiting for somebody.
Ooh, what? Who said we were waiting for someone?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. Yeah, fuck her. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm on to something. That's not what you tell her, Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. Tamer. What? You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question.
Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it.
Well, the puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. That was dumb, Your Honor. All right. There is obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. Oh my God. He destroyed himself. That makes perfect sense. Oh, shit. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading out. There's absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. All right. I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true. I was waiting for Regina. Ah, pain. Who gets hurt and is like, oh, pain. Pain. Oh. I love Ben so much. Can two witnesses be in the defendant's stand? What do you mean the defendant's stand? In the US, there's no such thing as a defendant's stand. There's like, we have our table. And yes, two defendants can sit at the same table, if that's what you mean. But in terms of witness stand, generally no. There can only be one witness in a witness stand, meaning that puppet would have to go fuck off. The only way I could see that puppet being like a thing is if it was like the only way for a child to communicate. And the judge was like, well, I mean, I guess. Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of, actually, yes. The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain! Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. You were going to propose, you, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. That's exactly what it means. I guess you're right. No, that's not right at all. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Well, you're organic matter, you stupid son of a... Actually, exactly. No, this is okay. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with our cross-examination. What was with that sigh at the end? Shut up. Tired of this fucking puppet. By proposal, you mean you're proposing marriage, right? To Regina? Of course that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I wasn't going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. That's actually really funny. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it. That's the truth. What exactly that you plan on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that can match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Oh my god. Who would have thought? Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. What did you just proposing to her? What the fuck do you think he was gonna answer? Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Francisca's wit looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut some up for a long time. Pain equals bad. Push on anyways, cause who gives a fuck? Cause fuck 'em, that's why! Maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever gone through— oh, fuck! I advise you cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please provide their testimony specifically about the engagement ring? I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. It's not a bathrobe. You know what a fucking bathrobe looks like, you idiots? An engagement ring. It's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina is going to love it. Just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's got to be something I can catch him on. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You gotta be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off? I'm sorry. Really? You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing. Really? I don't think so. So you went to the lodging house to give it to her? That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times, but I lost count. But that uppity snob kept getting in the way. Uppity snob? Uppity snob, he couldn't be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica. When I get a hold of him, I'm gonna saw his wood block in half, not with magic. Well, they always say that loves create rivalries. So what about this present? You're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina? Of course I am. I spec 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give it up that easily. I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him heckin'. The judge has that dazed and confused look again. Maybe you should get out more. Look, I have the ring. Frillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to double team me now. Dude, shut up. You recognize this ring? That's mine. Give it back, thief. Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? What's going on here? That's Ben, say something. Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money? Like a bank vault? Ha, that filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quiz, I would prefer you avoided slandering my innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money is really a monkey in every sense of the word. See. Well then. Money likes to go after the shiniest things he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night. The night of the crime? What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Yow! Goddamn monkey. Ben, what's with you? Well, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing, not I, Mr. Trilloquist. What'd you do when the ring was taken, Trillo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey Money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? There's a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? Not a theory, he actually just admitted to, okay, whatever. I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting shit. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist who keeps punching his owner in the face? Oh, I thought he was gonna have me. Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He's blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him. I no doubt about it. I saw that witness, that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. I've told you so many times you'd think you'd know my story's not changing. Already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. If there's one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. I'll give you that I was waiting for that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So that means that Money didn't show up until after you saw Max? That's right. Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him? How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about, I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Will do, Your Honor. So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night? That means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up. You should know how many eyes I actually have. I've got 4, you know. 4. F-O-U-R. Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, you really think someone would have slipped by me? 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trilla. So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night? Of course that's where I saw him coming from. Standing at the entrance to the tent the entire time. I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. At what time would you say these events took place? You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. And you already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. I don't need to be a brain surgeon to know around what time it was when I saw him. Said 10 more minutes, I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it? Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Ah, yeah, I'm not good at... it was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right. It sounds about right because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. You testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. He didn't actually ask a question. He actually made a statement, but splitting hairs. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? It's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You've got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo. You say good evening at night. I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Quist, I prefer if you kept your ventriloquist's act outside of the courtroom. Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. Got to be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Isn't that a bit strange to you? What do you mean? Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? Strikes me as somewhat strange. Why would it strike you as strange? Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your co-workers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I'd understand. Ow, that hurt. Maybe you should think of having someone having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything in the world. You should have learned that back in grade school. Oh, you mean after my proof shit on your last case? Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. We're 100% absolutely sure of what you just said. I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% absolutely sure. There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? Those three ridiculous symbols, huh? Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? You're gonna ask again, I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you very much. Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out what everyone else does. Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most. Disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah! That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Like what just happened to me? Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say, "Good evening," to his rival. Whoa! Are you saying this witness is lying? That he's just trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime? I didn't tell a single lie, honestly. I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? It's my belief that the witness didn't see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. It's a conclusory statement. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all, which means there's only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or, good evening, as he put it. What in the world, you? Would the defense kindly explain who it was Trillo saw that evening? I don't know these two. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, it's not Regina. If it wasn't Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose you got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo, isn't that correct? The leading question. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Order, order! How do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man, but once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. Thought it was the old man, suddenly it was Max. Okay. I think it is high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica, or is it the ringmaster, Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's three symbols. Three symbols? Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man. You've got to remember them by now. Here we go again, everybody. Everyone all together now. Oh! Yes, we know. The Socat cloak and the white roses. Socat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's three symbols. However, do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? Could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Kama, do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, that doesn't sound like a clear no. If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide beyond a shadow of a doubt an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing, that there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare the next witness. Court is now in recess. Sweetie, you have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly. He told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. BRB, as it were. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room, still dressed in my stage clothes. When I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means? It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. How would Max not notice that, though? Fabulous! That's a fabulous possibility. Well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president? You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. 12:06, I would never be in court at 12:06. Judge would be like, all right, bitches, time for lunch. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Kama, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, I will now call my next witness, a pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why'd you just call him a pitiful clown? Yeah, that was entirely unnecessary. The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Ow! What the fuck did he say? West Clown, Philadelphia? What did he say? Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he is speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life.
I wasn't quite sure what joke is the best suited for this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Fucking tell the judge that. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour? Okay, that's not even... How was that one? But a couple of clowns who are up to no good started making... Your name? Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown.
You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian. Okay, that's funny. Without the humor, please. Okay. Phoenix is good at handling his job. He just asks stupid questions sometime. Edgeworth and Von Karma also irritate me because prosecutors should not be, their job should not be get a guilty verdict. It should be put the right person in prison. And they obviously don't care. They just want guilty verdicts. And that's a piece of shit way to go about your job as them. I know I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless, but I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone. What do you think of me? How am I doing? Why is this fucking testimony? He didn't testify to anything in regards to the case. Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of the case. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you, I can't wait. Poor gumshoe. Yeah, right. Now that that's said, shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course you can. I'll talk for as long as you want. Why am I laughing? Nothing about what I just said is funny. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They're a bit far away, though. There was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clunked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right. Shut the fuck up. No judge worth his salt would hear one piece of testimony and be like, that's all I needed to hear. I don't even care what anybody else says. I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There is no way that this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say it, off kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. No fucking shit, Maya. Mr. Wright, Your Honor? I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with corny jokes, or the witness, for that matter. That's you. You'd say that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct? See, that's the thing. Huh? How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now, 8 o'clock? That's something o'clock riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a great joke. Fine. You know you want to hear a joke. A man goes to his doctor, and the doctor asks,
How is number 1? Man says everything every day at 6. Oh my god. Man says, oh. Witness theories, these are exactly the type of jokes you should say for that detective. Ow! You knew what would happen. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Wright. I take full responsibility of that. You're hereby penalized. This will not become a kangaroo court. This is in funny ways. More ways than one. Okay, fine. We'll tell him to fuck off next time. Oh, he didn't add anything to... Okay, whatever. You were pooped that night? Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. What? The double cheese double. Bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. That joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. There was nothing hip about it. I've got a good reply, though. That joke was so funny. Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? That's fucked up. You just happen to glance out the window? You could say that. You could also say a peek, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls. Oh, I guess synonyms aren't a lot either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Keep pressing. I saved it. Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday, once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Oh, that's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. Thanks. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What was the sound like? Well, I guess it's kind of sound like him. I guess you could say, Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary. Don't! How'd you know that I was gonna make a joke? I guess that sounded like it's supposed to sound like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You went to look out the window and you saw her? Far away, you say? If you had to say exactly, how far away were they? Let me think about that for a second. My room were here. And they looked about yay big. I'd say they were about 30 feet from my window. Just 30 feet? That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down on visibility. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows you saw. You say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away? That's right. I've been thinking about it over and over since that night. But things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Von Karma. Now I'm 100% certain that it was Max in the remaster I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols? Oh god. Lawyers nowadays, do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everyone knows what to do. All together, I'll say it with Uncle Mo. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Enough foolishness. Get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw? Say you saw the ringmaster get conked over the head. Yes, I did, as the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Moe. Did you or did you not see the crime or murder committed that night? I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. That's not harassment. Shut up. You better have an excellent reasoning for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice pen. Oh my God. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? What will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I'm gonna take you to church. Let's go. Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see a crime? I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason. Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching and all of a sudden, Max clunked the remaster over the head. If Mo is to believe when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, he couldn't have seen it. There is no reason that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, a crack clown... I hate that they go past that so fast. It's actually really funny. Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. The clowns probably escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No. I'm just dying for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the... Is that the Maya look? Are you fucking kidding me, Phoenix, right now? This is... Nick, you know this is bullshit, right? Why did you even say these words to me? It was entirely worthless for you to say that sentence to me in the way that you did and expect me to find it humorous or amusing in any fashion. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the remaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecutor helped me fill in the gaps from a statement. So she helped forge the testimony. Okay, yeah, no worries. Just forging testimony, you know, whatever. Fun karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you are saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster. God damn, this judge is terrible. That should not have been his. Okay. Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Curls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. A dark ghost. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Holy shit. Got it. It was a bit far away. That shadow could have only been belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. Those are only two symbols. First of all, the cloak and the hat. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. They were both there. You wouldn't say all with only two. Okay, that's weird. His face was silhouette. You can't even see his face. But there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at this crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. All right, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. Yeah, if you don't believe in that, it's really hard to prove that he was innocent as the attorney. You have to just assume that he's telling the truth. Don't you think that you're going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? The shadow belonged to Max is an awfully firm statement, don't you think? What are you getting at? I'm just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line here. Are you truly 100% certain that it was Max? I'm not the kind of person who will lie about something as serious as this. It's not about lying. That's not what I said. The silhouette I saw was Max. I'm convinced of that. Doesn't seem like he's jumping to any conclusions this time. Let's go over this again then. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night? His uppity symbols. Trillo said the same thing. But there is just one symbol, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max symbols and worn them? I thought of that myself, but just looking at the shape of the face I saw, it must have been Max. You're sure of that? Such a silly little boy. I'm like 7 years older than you. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap. You sure that something? Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw. I got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? That's not all I saw. You're able to see that kind of detail from your window. There was a light near the scene of the crime. Anyone with decent eyesight should have been able to see that much. Out of curiosity, Mo, what is your eyesight like? I can see like a hawk out of my left eye and an eagle out of my right eye. Our record says eyesight is a perfect 20/20. What record? You took those records? Good for you. That must mean he could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes. Hey, you asked me what my eyesight looked like, not what it actually was. So you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding? That's correct. I've been curious to know what caused that loud noise. Must have been something incredibly hard. Too bad they haven't found the murder weapon to know for sure. They claim it was a blunt object, at least said so in the autopsy report. Trillo's testimony now Mo's. It really seems like Max is the killer. No, it doesn't at all, Nick, you idiot. Nick, you've got to find a contradiction in this. That's not going to be enough. What? I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. That's the only thing that will help. I've got to do it. Some purple cloak. You say you saw of Max's uppity symbols? I suppose so. That's so cack in the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. Oh, I thought the whole thing said black cloak and it's purple, but all right, that works too. 3 symbols, but that's also true. Yay! Everyone get ready. All together now? Silk hat, cloak, white roses! What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? Do you like pie? I love pie. Hey, it's Pie Day. Silence, fool. You are to respond with the whole truth, no fractions. Order, order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. Okay, self-defeating argument at this point, so let's go. Thank you. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. You don't have to object. These are not objections. These are merely arguments. Just go back and forth. This is entertaining enough without having to throw the word bubble there. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Yeah, the anime speed lines. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is the action I want. I wish I'd imagined myself with anime speed lines when I was in court. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Of course they fucking are. Clearly not. He's just toying with this court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, Your Honor, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there was no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now, what am I supposed to think? one is supposed to disregard the pointless, but it's not pointless. Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, this witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature. I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I'm prepared to issue a ruling. Ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. No fucking shit, like Maya. Duh. Come on. There's no doubt in my mind. There were no Wright roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the SoCat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Just one chance? I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. If you are going to prove to me there's a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statements, you better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. I got a single shot at this. I gotta be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I'll need. He's wearing it the entire time. So is it like we're like similar to when the puppet was like, I have the ring in my pocket, and it's like, no, I have the ring. So like, why would we have it, sort of thing? That makes sense. This wouldn't happen to be the SoCat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the SoCat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. That crime scene, that means... The SoCat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated he was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. No, that's not true! Order, order! Mr. Curls! Yes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of all of this? Holy shit. What is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. That's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. Man, Judge went off all of a sudden. Why are you being so mean to me? What do I do? Let me guess. You just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You don't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting, no matter how old I get, always younger than you? Ah! Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are? I saw him, I swear. I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb SoCat. I'm telling the truth. He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb SoCat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo? What do you want? He just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. The witness's testimony is so full of O's. Miss Von Karma's I thought he was gonna go somewhere else with that. Obviously he wasn't, but man, did my mind go wandering. Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. Gah. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say. The witness has to say on this matter. Is that all right with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned and walked away.
That's what I expected you to say. You sure that's how it happened?
Say what?
Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do have to hop on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to fuck? Oh, because it doesn't show that he walked away, right?
Take that!
Look at... Oh. He came so close, too. He came so close, but he had to ruin it by saying picture instead of photograph. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints. In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay, 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 ay. So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene?
He
Flew. Your Honor, the witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Good job, Judge. Good job.
Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I said.
We absolutely can.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time.
You're already impeached. Who gives a shit?
You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways.
Wow. He just took that shit like...
I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear.
I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls.
Yes?
The testimony you provided up until now has been false.
It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just
what?
It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karman or Whip told me not to talk about what I really saw.
Oh, so you're saying that the prosecutor had you falsify testimony or purposefully omit details that were necessary for me to render a judgment. Okay, then, the prosecution is hereby sanctioned, and I possibly remove them from this case entirely. We will recess for today, and we will come back tomorrow. Of course, we're not actually doing that. I will have order. Franziska von Karma, how could you? It's because I could, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you saw, Mr. Curls.
Ha, you're not gonna believe this, but it's all true, I tell you.
Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel.
Now it's time for our next segment. Mo knows. Everything I've said up till now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he.
Flew. Yep.
Mm-hmm. This is the truth now. Get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness.
That is the most fucking absurd thing I have ever heard. Wait, the reason he flies in the tents is because he has strings. How would he fucking do that? This Chuckles the fucking clown here should know that that was impossible. It's the sky. He can't actually fly unless Mo thinks the dude can actually fucking levitate without the use of string.
That's why there are no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints.
Yeah, and you know what? Clowns are fucking terrible human beings. How about that? That's harsh. Most clowns are fucking terrible human beings.
I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now?
Well, that was, how do I put this into words? Completely worthless testimony. Just utterly garbage bullshit. Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. Well, at least she understands that that's impossible. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses? We believe logic and reasoning, you piece of shit. Now shut the fuck up. Why won't you believe me? Especially since this is the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal or a flying person in general because people can't fly on their own. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? It's obvious his eyes were playing tricks on him. Don't be such a fool. Who in the world would you think I'd mistake that jerk for? Jeez, I didn't say that you were lying. Wow, he looks really serious right now. More serious than he's looked all day. I suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared in the sky. I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile! If you regard a need for proof, Mrs. Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints on the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Now, what happened if they both came into court the next day and were like, we don't fucking know? What did he say? Well, god damn it, you take another day to figure this shit out. No, he wouldn't say that. He just wanted to get us out of court at 2:30 so we can go home early. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. And Max, I can't believe I'm asking you this, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please, it's not that easy. But it looks so effortless when you're on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just tell me the secret to your magic. No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. Magician's Alliance will disown him. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do is hope we can find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best to catch this sucker. Can you dig it, sucker? Nick? What is it? I've got a confession to make. This is my confession. Just when I thought I'd say what I could... I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the tricks. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? It was kind of like this? My mind was blown away the first time I saw that too. I was also like 5 years old. What? How would you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. How did you do that? Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. It'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes, wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trello, this just isn't going to work. Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're going to have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you going to do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trello. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course?
I'm sorry. Secret crash training? Whoa. Yeah, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So, we're trying to sing it around for our new ventriloquism act.
In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible.
See, even they're surprised by the idea. I told you.
They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your ideas.
Once you've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice.
You think so?
Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you.
Don't give it back to him yet. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's about time to take one more shot at Regina.
I know that you already testified in court today.
You want to talk about what we saw, right?
Yes.
Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right.
But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention, he was draped in those gaudy symbols.
What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols?
What do you think, Ben?
What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster.
Something about this isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw.
I was hoping I could ask you about Regina.
I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now.
Really? That's so sweet. But if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tents?
Huh. You haven't gotten a clue about things, do you, sweetheart?
Huh?
Waiting like this is part of being in love.
How so?
If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts.
Yeah, I knew that.
Poor Maya. She's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato.
So how is this new routine working out?
Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution.
That sounds incredible.
But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should.
That jerk?
Max Galactica. Performers should aim for the world. Who does he think he is?
Trillo, you seem to be really fired up about all this.
He needs to realize that he is the only one who can conquer the world stage.
You're right.
Mark my words, I, Trilloquist, will win the Grand Prix.
You're the man now, doll.
Row, row, row your boat will be the key to a glorious victory.
Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best?
Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You got to be a part of this too.
You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? That's funny.
Francisca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself.
No way, pal.
She actually should. It would be way easier for her to do her fucking job if she interviewed the witnesses herself.
You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way.
Why are you defending her?
Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up. Looks like she's on him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak.
Huh? How is that possible?
According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. And that's what happened. It means the killer passed right by this window, pal.
Oh, I see. Who lives in that room behind the window there?
The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start an investigation up there. So don't get any ideas going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? What the fuck are you gonna do?
Francisca Von Karma.
Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. This is the condenser for the air conditioner. It hasn't been used in a while. What? How do you figure that out? You're not making things up now, are you? Wasn't I thinking that in my head as opposed to saying, she can read our fucking minds. Hold your horses. It was easy to figure out. It was snowing before the murder, right? Well, look at the condenser. The snow is still piled on top of it. Wow, Nick, I'm impressed. Maybe you should be a PI instead of an attorney. We're basically a fucking PI for the judge. The judge's own personal PI. Right. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yeah, he's in an awfully good mood. No, he's masking his depression. I would know. All right, you know what time it is, real time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? God, you can answer this, it's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Bzz, wrong, try again. Okay, what do you think, girlie? Oh, I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they are in the cafeteria. Exactly. It's an incredibly sad face, that cafe. I did it! That was awful. What's going on? He's being too nice. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? Really telling me I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great joke and even greater jokes. It's a great story, but even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly. How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air? It wasn't exactly flying, per se. It was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a Cyclock. He must be telling the truth. Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they say, let's make your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Including the Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired lived, past tense, aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. It would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff's already working on the show. If you don't get me out of here quick, I have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's your business. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I won on the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage, but the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off in the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off in the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogie clown says, it wasn't me. I'm like Shaggy. It wasn't me. Max, you mind teaching me the trick mind flying? You have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. Except for when I told you about how the trick works exactly like an hour ago. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, do they? To be honest, though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Here, take a look at this. It just so happens to be a picture from the Grand... I just happen to have a group picture from the Grand Prix with me. Look at that fabulous stage.
That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus.
It's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey, Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? Not how you earn a trophy, Maya.
My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. They can learn. That's what you should tell them.
Learn how to get thrown in jail? R-E-R-R?
Ah, not this picture. Showed it to you guys too?
Huh?
You've seen it as well?
Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galacta. He really gets around. I'm not doing that fucking laugh.
Oh yeah. He didn't just show me the picture.
What do you mean?
He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. This picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness.
He's got a big bust? Wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust, not that I'm into that sort of thing.
Max's bust should be on that small table over there.
There's nothing over there.
Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden the bust disappeared.
Disappeared?
If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up.
Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it.
Oh.
Is there anything else that changed about this place?
Nope, nothing changed that I can see.
I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke.
Nope, I'm drawing a blank here.
The quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book.
I guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there is one teensy tiny thing that does seem different.
Tell us.
Well, on the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center.
Piece of paper?
It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its type.
Yikes!
It says, "To the murderer."
Murderer?
Yep, that's what it says. The rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it.
When did you find this?
The morning before the murder.
Before the murder?
Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered.
Who in the world posted this thing? Nick, I think we'd better follow up on this important lead.
The morning of the murder, this was posted on the bulletin board. That's around the time when Max clonked Ben over the head. Sorry, I hadn't remembered it until now. It was torn down before anyone really paid any attention to it.
So you don't know what was written on it, do you?
Unfortunately, I don't. But I bet you they would know.
Who are they?
Bet. They were here before me that morning.
Wait, who did he say? Oh, Max and Ben. Duh. Okay, makes sense.
Do you know anything about this note?
The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall of the cafeteria.
I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat.
Your heart skipped a beat?
While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room.
In company?
I guess it wasn't really company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Oh.
Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing?
Let's see. Huh? Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. Probably in his tailcoat.
You motherfucker. Just tell me. This is such an unhelpful client.
You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess.
I guess we're fucking going to find the tailcoat, which we already know where it is.
It's a waste of my fucking time, game.
Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shown to the pocket of the tailcoat.
You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. Considering we just talked to Max about it,
I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it! It fits perfectly with the other piece.
What does it say? What does it say? To the murder, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. There is another murder.
Tonight at 10 p.m.?
That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. Well, Miss Von Karma. Nick, what is that? That beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go and get her. Quick. See you, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. I mean, she is in her teens. She's also an adult, technically, but whatever. Let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind's biting. Ow! It's biting his lashes from a whip. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Again, that is a attorney Phoenix Wright to you, but just like it is attorney Von Karma to me. But okay, let's keep disrespecting each other. That's okay with me. Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. Nobody outside our city is going to fucking care. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. I think she's overestimating the importance of herself in general. That's narcissism. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? Ha, I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Oh, the acrobat, who's probably the killer. A conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat me and destroy me. Yes, please. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Revenge. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred Von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring my papa's name? Papa. Okay, she cares. Otherwise, she wouldn't have referred to him so affectionately. Papa's name in this or any other conversation. Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Oh, Edgeworth? Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Miles Edgeworth? Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred Von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was right again. Miles is like a little brother to me. Oh. Huh? Little brother, but Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. Every time they show a picture of him, he's frowning. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that case was over, by that I mean after chapter 5 actually, he vanished. It's your fault he's gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does she mean?
Wait. They used the D word there.
Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one, he never set foot in a court again. And then one day, he just vanished. He didn't fucking die! All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Okay, but he didn't die. He didn't find his body or anything. Just That could be a figurative thing instead of a literal thing. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home.
Sir Edgeworth, he's dead?
I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Well, maybe he just needed to get good. GG easy clap, bruh. 360 no-scoped him in all of the cases. Just be better, forehead. Just like your victory muddled the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. The fuck does that mean? Nick! About Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Oh, fuck off, Phoenix. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Who the fuck are you, Phoenix? Take a step back, you egotistical asshole.
Nick, maybe you shouldn't be such a piece of shit about it.
Miss Von Karma? What? I don't know if you are God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had enough of wow. I've had enough. I've had about enough of you. Him too.
What in the world happened?
This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. I doubt it, because who cares about this case? Nick, let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor.
I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick.
No, Maya. You shouldn't feel sorry. Phoenix should feel sorry for being such a fucking douchebag. Oh my. Well, look at this tall drink of water.
You must be Phoenix Wright.
Yes?
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling.
Oh, okay.
But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro.
Mr. Acro.
How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you definitely show up here.
Acro, you're a member of this circus as well?
That's right. I mainly perform on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform is in my wheelchair.
Oh my. I didn't realize he was in a wheelchair. Acro, why did you join the circus?
When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all without me.
Oh my.
The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver.
Seems like the ringmaster is truly a saint.
He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life.
It's such a shame.
Sometimes I think he was almost too kind.
Dude, like, they are really digging into your neck and head, man. Is that gonna be okay? Okay.
Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter.
I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Well, no shit.
Regina is so cute. She's truly a princess.
Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing?
Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina?
I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair?
The nerves in my legs were badly damaged.
And you can't walk now?
I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself.
That's awful.
The accident happened during an acrobatic session, right? Cyclops! Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. He didn't even lie, he just said,
What's on your mind, Mr. Wright?
Well, exactly when were you injured?
It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice.
6 months ago? What in the world went on at the circus then? Alright, we definitely don't have enough yet. I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room.
I was at the hospital all day yesterday.
You went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder?
Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream.
Huh?
I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw.
What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What'd you see, Acro?
That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window.
I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window.
That's when I looked out the window.
What did you see?
He was flying straight up into the air.
He?
Maximilian Galactica.
What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying.
I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind.
Nick.
Alright, well, we need to figure out how to unlock his shit.
What's this?
That's what we want to know.
It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder.
In the cafeteria?
What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious.
If it's got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source.
Her?
Regina, ask her about it.
Yeah.
Regina,
She's cool, isn't she? And can you believe she's such a cute girl as an animal tamer?
it seems animals are not the only thing she tames.
Huh?
Max, the ringmaster, Ben, she's got them all under her thumb.
Dude, she's like 12 years old.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe I went a bit overboard. It's just Regina's innocence. She was incredibly sheltered as a child.
I'd say it seems that way.
That's why she can be so cruel.
What?
Regina is just like the animals she claims to tame. She's innocent, thus she can be cruel.
Wonder what happened between Acro and Regina.
The ringmaster, he was even more than a father to me. When he took me in, the circus was in bad shape. It was obvious that he had no real way of supporting us.
What does he mean by us?
Is that why you started with acrobatics?
Back then, I was only 9 years old. I begged the ringmaster to let me try, and he finally gave in. Having a kid in the circus was probably the last thing in the world that he wanted. I just wanted to be helpful so I could help the ringmaster.
That's such a nice story. Until you got paralyzed.
Grrr.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Grrr.
Yeah, Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be filet of phoenix.
Stay heal. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry. I guess I made a mistake.
A mistake?
Yeah, little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? It's Acro. Is he in his room today?
Yes, he is. We just came back from meeting with him.
Hope his legs get better soon. Acro's so incredible, especially on the trapeze. The trapeze is that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the acrobat.
We get it. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have very many nice things to say about Regina. But Regina seems to like Acro just fine. What was the innocent and cruel thing? She doesn't think she's being cruel, but she is actually being cruel.
It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was. I love my dad so much.
I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father.
That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while.
For a while?
Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens.
A star?
That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone.
When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens? That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that.
What do you mean there's no way I believe that?
How did you get out of my head? I did not say that out loud. The game just slips it into canon that Maya can read our minds.
Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course! You really think so?
Yeah, you will, I think.
I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky.
I wonder if everything's all right with Regina. Hell no, she's dealing with some shit. But I feel bad for her. Unless this is all a huge front. Like, this is textbook, like, sheltered living, and now she can't deal with the fact that, like, the only person that she's really, truly cared about in her life is gone. So it's all denial.
Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me.
But of course. All these are yes. What's even the fucking point of giving me these options? But of course.
Leave it all up to us.
Guess there's no turning down that request.
Yeah, you really gonna do it?
Well, yeah, he's fucking stole from you, that piece of shit. Regina, have you ever seen this before?
I know what that is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while.
It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket?
I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time.
Breakfast?
Yeah, I always take Acro's breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized that the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket.
And then what?
I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did, I stuck it up there. How'd you know?
So it was Regina who put it up there. Oh my god. When did this happen?
The morning of the murder, I think.
That explains a lot.
I wonder who wrote this. That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria.
Huh? It's from the cafeteria?
It's not? I remember seeing it there.
So this was the cafeteria's Pepper.
You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper.
Cafeteria.
Something smells fantastic.
Really? In this cafeteria?
So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque. AKA the cafeteria. No, whatever. It smells so good in here, and those burgers are great.
She's drooling like she's some sort of crazy burger monster.
My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell by the smell.
Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power.
Now that the ringmaster's gone, what are you going to do? That's all I thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You heard Acro's story, haven't you?
Like how he was adopted when he was younger?
He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on.
He was that upset?
Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue with his importance. He's probably the reason the circuit's still around. A lot of what he says is right. No. All that's left to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know.
Tragedy? You know? What is he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? The ringmaster. What, are you talking about something else?
Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, yeah, that's it. You're right, girlie. Dang. Correctamundo.
It doesn't mean ding. No, I didn't mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us?
No, not at all. What makes you think that?
Just the way you said if everyone can get over this tragedy seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago.
Yeah.
Mo? I'm right, aren't I? Ga 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 ga.
So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just an accident. Give me a break. I was all bad at accidents. I wear big pants for a reason.
6 months ago, huh?
He's always been a pretty private guy. When he came here, he was only 10 years old. We had just started the very big circus around the time that Russell took him in. These are really hard memories to bring up.
Acro was so happy to have joined the circus.
He's especially grateful to the ringmaster, and I'm sure he's grateful to you too.
Huh? You grateful to me too? Aw, shucks. You guys are exaggerating.
He's fidgeting around so much you can tell he's embarrassed. All right, let's see, because I think we need to get more from Mo in order to get the information from Acro. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus?
Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there. Some juicy burgers. Let's eat instead.
Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. La-dee-da, Mr. Healthy. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Well, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? The cause of the accident? Knew we had to check somewhere.
Mo's not here.
What's that? I hear something.
Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Nick, it's money.
That monkey's hiding something.
That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember?
All right, time to take on this monkey attorney style. Ooh, scratch, scratch. Ooh.
Yikes!
Whoa! I have a feeling the answer would not have mattered. I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did.
Nick, you!
I swiped it while the monkey was distracted. While Money was distracted.
Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see.
Huh? You can see it fine from where you are.
You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume.
Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now?
Doesn't fit me at all.
Oh, well, I guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers.
Savage.
Not to mention, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Alright, let's give her shit.
Here you go, Regina.
Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me.
Don't mention it.
I love you, Mr. Attorney.
Whoa, hey. No intention of having the FBI coming to check me out. Just stay 6 feet away from me. Social distancing. Let's practice it. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl.
Hey, Regina, that costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me.
Huh? This costume? This isn't mine, it was Leon's.
Leon's?
You know, the lion she told us about.
Oh, the one that someone killed. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he?
That's right, my dad killed him.
Why?
Well, Leon did something really bad during practice.
During practice?
Leon was sitting down and then he opened his mouth, you know, gah. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth.
Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth?
I sure did. The people in the crowd always love seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming.
You sure they were screaming because they love seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing?
Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice.
Regina, everything was all right though, right?
No, it wasn't all right. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry.
And that's when Leon...
Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky.
Poor thing. By George, we have it! Wait, oh.
Take that!
Got him. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right?
How did you know?
We literally just told you.
I told him so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts.
Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right?
Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her.
Out of curiosity, who was something? Come on, Mo.
Don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Mo, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? It's 1, 2, or 3. It's the only 3 people it could be. I think it's him. It must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to the Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Boom. Just like you said, you know, the accidents.
Did someone die?
No, but it would have probably been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma he's in. Coma? All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital, and that's all he's ever going to be able to do.
I see. How is he related to Acro?
He's his brother. Well, fucking shit. How is this? Okay. This just nobody mentioned this before. The person that got bit was Acro's brother.
Brother?
They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. My future children better watch out, because if I have twins, oh, I'd never do that to them. Cute nicknames, I thought. Yeah, real cute. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime.
Who is Acro's younger brother?
Sean Dingling, but everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina, except Acro. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon."
Why did he do that?
I don't know, because he has a penis and he wanted to impress the girl. But that's what caused the accident. That's quite the image. Hey, look at me, I'm about to get my head bitten off. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling.
You mean Leon?
Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Some sick grin.
No way, that's impossible.
Why is that impossible? It's a fucking lion. A smirking lion? A flying murderer? Why does it seem like that's always Mo who catches all these incredible events?
Nick, can lions smile?
We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. Oh, he's a fucking dog. I'm gonna take Leon out back.
So that's what really happened.
Well, you guys are so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Shaka 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 shaka. Here he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. That is definitely not pepper, that is salt.
Achoo! Achoo!
Nice, what a wonderful sneeze.
Huh? You think so?
You sneeze with pepper and slip on the banana peel. That's basically clownsmanship. Really? You gotta understand that. You gotta understand that, look.
Nick, I think I'd make a good clown.
I think you already are. Anyways, other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneeze.
Does Regina sneeze with pepper too?
She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. Uh-oh. There's something amiss.
Bat?
From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together.
They look perfect together, huh?
Ah, Mr. Wright, back again, I see.
Well, he did say I'll be right back. Oh, wait, was that someone else?
We're back here because Agro was hiding while his legs were injured. He was hurt in that accident 6 months ago. It seemed that he knows that would...
Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away.
Alright, let's just get to it. We might have to present more.
Leon.
6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going.
You're saying that I was attacked by a lion?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit.
Hey, maybe attack's not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase that as battled the lion.
You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion?
Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone.
Take that!
Bats.
It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. God, why does everything Phoenix says sound so fucking patronizing?
It was a shame what happened to your brother all that time ago.
You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury.
Mo, he must have told you.
Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out.
The slip of the tongue?
Anyways, when their incredible team cut down in their prime, together. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always.
I see, but an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault.
Still have broken psychologue. One incredible deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Necro, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you didn't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive.
Take that!
Regina.
You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she is cruel.
Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes.
You know, her tiger tried to attack me.
Regina, the Regent tried to attack you.
Twice.
He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then.
But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. This...
Take that!
This? Where did you get it?
Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright.
Buckets!
My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. 6 months ago, my younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina.
A dare?
An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date.
That's insane. Do you know how dangerous that is?
It's more of a bet than a dare.
We all thought he was being stupid too. That lion was very old to begin with. And age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing.
And that's when the accident happened?
He just wanted to take her out to the movies.
Poor Bat.
When Leon shot down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up.
What about Bat?
He's still in a coma. Why'd I give him a British accent? I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him.
I see.
I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason I keep going.
Bat and Regina.
They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this.
What is it?
This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him.
Gross, it's covered in blood.
No fucking shit. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling.
He?
Leon, obviously.
Oh,
When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin.
Nick.
I know, most said the same thing.
What do you think it all means?
I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. I ain't gotta give you shit. I was really hoping we wouldn't have to do this, Miss Von Karma, but if you think you're gonna bring out that whip, try to take this from me, your whip better strike true and knock me the fuck out. Because otherwise, you ain't getting shit.
Miss Von Karma, I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. No, actually, it's not at all just for you to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office.
Yes, ma'am.
Now what do we do, Nick? Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow?
Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out.
Look at you, all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use.
This is all beginning to come together now. Bruh, I am actually upset. You know, if a prosecutor came up to me and was like, give me that evidence, they'd be talking to my finger.
Good morning, Max.
Oh yeah, good morning, sweeties.
You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today.
I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it.
Tee-hee.
Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina!
How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today.
It's actually my performance, but whatever.
Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this.
Mo said that?
So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end?
It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties?
Huh?
I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Or even where she is.
Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience.
Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there.
Good luck, Max. You're the best. Gina's different, don't you think, Nick?
Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket attacking. The day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms like higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my,
Thanks.
why is everybody giving him milk? So are you today, right? Well, I got the feeling that today I'm gonna face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro?
Huh? You think he did it?
Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. All I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. Just means I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses.
God damn it, back to this shit again. What are you going to do then, Nick?
I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we'll rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and the truth. Okay, that's interesting. So don't press very hard, just rely on using the evidence to get him to speak. It's interesting that the game's throwing this kind of twist into it. This is actually a lot more realistic, I think.
You're right, but it's gonna be tough.
Anyway, I wanted you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father.
You want us to make sure Regina watches?
Yes, that's why I brought her to court today.
What's that supposed to mean?
She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case.
The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events.
What's the meaning of this?
We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly out from the scene of the crime.
Order. I had a feeling something like this would come up.
Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. I believe the need does so arise right now. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders.
Poor gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand.
Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Name and occupation.
Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Very Big Circus.
Where were you the night of the crime?
I was in my room that night.
If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene.
My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window.
The night of this crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed?
Okay. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like.
Didn't see his face.
To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming.
This witness, blah, blah, blah. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. There's a lot the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. That's a big thing. Before we get to that, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. So remember, we can't just... Phoenix made a point to say we can't just press on everything. Since you're resting in your bed, one would assume that you turn the lights off in your room, correct?
That's correct, but there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? Oh my god. Why was there a bird in the courtroom? Never mind the ones that are already on him.
I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'm off to buy some curtains.
Haha, sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Ow! The witness will proceed with his testimony. Your room is on the 3rd floor, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you were resting in bed.
That is correct.
But you were still able to hear a sound from outside.
I was indeed.
Pressing acro doesn't seem to get results. But maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. There's a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. You have any evidence to support your claim of contradiction? It said something about the sound. Hearing it. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Are you sure it was a human being? Could have been a mannequin or perhaps a large action figure.
Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible.
You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night.
I believe it was a human.
Damn, I just strengthened his testimony. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. Okay, so we're just gonna have to prove fucking everything. He said he saw him from behind. The light in your room was turned off then, right?
That's true. I was going to bed after all.
So with the lights off, you're still always able to clearly see a human fly by your window.
The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front.
Did you see any of the other symbols?
I clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I was convinced.
See, the bust doesn't have the roses, though. The more I press him, the less results I've seen. But maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find a clear contradiction, I better not overdo it. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream?
That's not important.
I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Ow. Objection! Sustained. Don't sustain that. Acro must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. Now the challenge will be to expose his lies in court.
Oh, put the pedal to the metal, Nick.
Okay, so it's here. I think this is the problem. All I saw was the silhouette. Maybe this isn't even the way to do it. Maybe you just show the evidence. Nope. Nope. Fuck! You claim to have seen the same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by the window. Well, you shouldn't have tried looking. You should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. The hat wasn't there. At least it shouldn't be there. However, because they're using the bust, it actually looks like the hat was there. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. Look how, no matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica, which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order.
As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking.
Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What could have caused this witness to commit perjury in this court today? But saying that he's the real culprit seems to be a gigantic leap. So let's take that leap together. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion, accuses Acro. What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha ha ha. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. Fuck you. Oh, hello, little bird. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. Yeah, exactly. It's scary. He could murder somebody. He's saying rather calm and collected, and so am I, considering that a fucking, was that a woodpecker or a hummingbird, is trying to drill a hole in my head. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his clients. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things. See? Even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick on a disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head.
See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro's unable to stand under his own power. Doesn't mean he's unable to kill under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Of course he fucking did. It's impossible for Acro to be the murderer in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider possible accomplices. You don't say. Not good, not good. This isn't going to end well. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard that sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap can be hard to notice sometimes, Mr. Wright. It seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. Ooh.
Very well, let's continue. Who, perchance, would happen to be Acro's accomplice?
Take that!
You don't say. Uh-oh, this is something looking very, very bad. Oh, I'm sure this accusation is built on a solid foundation. No, I don't think Acro was the one that was flying, but I think Acro was involved. I think the figure everyone saw was the bust of Max. They saw this. They saw this flying in the air, and it was covered by the cloak, so they couldn't see like and everybody saw it from behind, so they couldn't see the stand, and that's why you could never see the white roses, but you could still see the hat in addition to the cloak. Even if he did have an accomplice, though, there's nothing to prove that he did. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of this mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. I'm so curious as to how. That I haven't figured out yet. Order. What are you getting at?
Way to keep them on their toes, Nick.
Now I'm gonna have to prove it, how it all fits together. I have to show Acro murdered Russell Berry.
Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that?
I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed.
All right, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, if this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, correct?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, where exactly was Mr. Dingling? He was still in his apartment, right? And that's why he was able to like lift it up. Maybe he dropped the bust onto the ringmaster's head. Oh god, that seems so... That's some precision. The guy drops over. That's why there are no footprints. And then he raises the bust back up on like a rope. In which case he was here. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room. Pretty simple, huh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? What do you say, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Consider that what you propose is impossible. Yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You got a point.
Seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime.
That's true. Look, you can't even see his feet down there.
Meadows said that he saw Max, didn't he?
But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet.
Be careful, Nick, if you mess up here.
She's right. I can't mess up here. I gotta give this one some serious thought. I've already given it serious thought. Let's fucking go! I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time to enlighten us as how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust, it's quite a large bust, and it's because it is life-size. It's also very, very heavy. Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah! See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximum Galactica's ample bust. Order. So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, you will be able to. It'd be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro's an acrobat. He is athletic. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like a bus. Fucking look at this dude. He's shredded. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. Ow! I'd watch what I'd say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? On Karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards them. Oh God, here we go. Thank you. Ah, that woman will shrink to any low to win a case. Here we go. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bus and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That's what makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have doubts in regards to this. No doubts. Excuse me. I have no doubts, of course, in regards to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bus and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would lead to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion of the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. Ugh. Can't let her get to me. I gotta focus. Yes, a disabled person can go to prison. It's not like because you're disabled you cannot commit a crime. You most certainly can still commit a crime and go to jail. They would just have to take you somewhere that would you know, have proper facilities for someone who is like unable to walk or something like that. The box? Acro, you didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. Or the same wooden box that the victim was hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box is already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment the bus came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean if the bus were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim? No! Order, this is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just need to keep going. There's only one way to go from here, forward. That's untrue. So the next question is, who placed that wooden box at the crime scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Ow! The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box is so specially made. Specially made, indeed. It has the most peculiar feature. The weight. It was the weight. The box is a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required, oh, I see, one would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? Lest they throw their back out. That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Fool! You talking to me or Acro? This motherfucker. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bus? Of course I remember. It was at the top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means you understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how could I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? I don't think could the monkey have carried that? You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Ugh. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happen once and for all. All right, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? A monkey. Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. So are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own and then brought it back home. Home? Monkey lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? Why did he get so upset about that? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Woo! That's the best Phoenix can do, unfortunately. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they are made of platinum, which is very shiny. Gah! Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. That's just a statement or a very leading question. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order, order! I said order, Miss Von Karma! Where's the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. I'm sure you were. This is a radical, strange turn of events, but let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bus. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bus was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. For those that don't know what a circular argument is, it's that the premise also serves as its reasoning, the conclusion. Meaning that you go in a circle, you use that to go around and end at the same place. Just Google it. It'll say it better than I did. Don't be so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Ah, no, I've actually thought about that, even Phoenix hasn't. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let it beat you now. I won't. This is my last chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Barron. The other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? He saw Max's I asked who the other person most saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère, right? Mon frère? I know I'm not saying that right. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw was the night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. You don't have to keep yelling objection to do this. You could just have this back and forth. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off of one of the cards in the bust's hands. Idiots! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case. Don't, he caught me. Let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? I wonder. Didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? Then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well, furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Did it have to be Max's specific cloak? All they saw was the back. Was there really any other significant parts about it that only Max's cloak had? I don't know. That seems... yeah. Because this person was not spotted at the scene. I'm sorry. When she's so nice about telling me I'm wrong, it hurts even more. Okay, so somebody else would have gotten the cloak. Oh, was it the ringmaster himself? It was the ringmaster. Because he took his outfit. Fool, him? You are saying it was the victim himself, Russell Barry? That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust? Place the cloak isn't really putting it the right way. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself! Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. Do you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used the rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached the rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window, directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is where the magic happens. At the very instant that the bus hit the victim, you wait. I agree with her there. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to get so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? This is absurd. This is absurd. The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. The impact also caused a sound the certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. But the witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bus. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bus being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. This is amazing. And that is how the magical murderer disappeared into the sky. The magic murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro. It could only have been you. Oh, yeah, don't listen to him. He's a crazy man. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So? What now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. Fair. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? Contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. And the hat being there is interesting because if the hat's on the ground, but the bust is still the thing that's flying up in the sky, and they saw it with a hat on, then the hat being on the ground would prove that it was the bust. So it would make sense to just use the hat instead of the poster. No wonder you've been watching. The problem is Max's three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other, but the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. You fool! Do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday? He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense. If you're looking at that in that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one. But what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said that he said that he'd witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bus. The cloak snagging onto the bus just explains everything in this magical occurrence. The cloak snagged onto the bus. What happened to the white roses? I mean, it's true, you wouldn't see them. Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bus, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah! Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order, order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Carmel will finally throw in the towel. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something Making you think that I didn't?
If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track.
Why is that?
Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this.
Oh, he wanted to kill Regina! Oh, how did I not? That's obvious. That's so obvious now. Why did... The only reason that she didn't realize... She never realized that he was talking to her. It's not that he planted some weird thing because he knew she'd posted it. He's put that note into her, assuming she would show up, and then he would hit her. Instead, she's so fucking, like, naive and oblivious to everything that she's like, what's this note? This couldn't be for me. All right, I'm just gonna post it on the bulletin board. It's gotta be belong to somebody. Oh, I am dumb. That's something I should have realized a long time ago. Thus, there's absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. I can't believe it's Acro. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Psst, psst. But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey, pal. You're gonna ignore me after I went through all this trouble of bringing you some evidence? Detective Gumshoe. Forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really tasty milk. Man, have you not refrigerated that milk? It's probably warm by now. Bleh. How about a card trick, Detective? Ho, ho, ho. Well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned. Fine. Here you go. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, but I've included the forensic evidence. Take a look at it later. Will Miss Von Kamma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything, but everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know. Miss Von Kamma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? That reminds me. I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What do you mean by that? The very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Cryptic metaphors. Oh, one more thing. Don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What, for me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk for me? Why are they all doing it? I am lost as to the milk. I am at a loss. Court is now back in session. Miss Von Kamma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we'll get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such high esteem. You are absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be the last chance to answer that question. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. You ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Oh, yeah. How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of the witness's testimony or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. Ow! No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could ever see this witness ever taking the victim's wife. Oh my God. Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. What do you think, Nick? I don't know. I think the more I cross-examine him, the worse I end up looking in the end. You mean... I get the feeling this cross-examination was a trap. Alright. I was worried that if I said no, it would just be like, well, that's the end of the trial then. There's no need to cross-examine this witness. What's that? Why was the ringmaster murdered? There's no need to delve into that bit of testimony when I know the answer already. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempt to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish! Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was, this is the real killer of Brustleberry Ringmaster. You want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things, Acro. You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, order. Bailiff, I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face twice if you must. God damn, Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Ow. And you are not asking the person literally whipping you across the face. Okay, whatever. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? I was. Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? That was a leading question. You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. He could easily answer this question. Sure, but if I was the judge, I would make you rephrase the question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is, you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough, Mr. Wright, allow me to, ow. The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's the most badass line that is ever going to be dropped in a court of law. Holy shit, is that hardcore? Oh my God, was that awesome? Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now! I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. So do we show... We either have to show the note or the brother. Do we lay the... Normally what you would have to... You wouldn't show the note. What you would normally do here is show the... You would lay the foundation with the brother's relationship. Brother's relationship with Regina. Then the incident that happened. Then you could start showing like the scarf and the note. But I'm not sure if the game wants you to show the note or Bat first. Because this actually shows that, because we know that he put this in her pocket. So we know that she was supposed to be there at that time. So the game might just want us to jump straight to the note. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat. Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, Mr. Wright. This little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the notes. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out of the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza. And that's when he let the bust fly. Let it fly. Hey, Nick, isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only to get harsher from here. Like I give a shit. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish you even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes? What about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that. This note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? Incident 6 months ago. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show the court what happened at that time. Moron! Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well, then if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. I can't answer that question. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. It's the pepper, isn't it? Or it's this. Normally I would go straight for the scarf. The only reason I'm considering the pepper is because the pepper was in the box. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the pepper too, because like they made it a point to note that the pepper was in the box, and if that's the presentation they wanted to make. Achoo! Achoo! Ow! Achoo! What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? So someone does have a sense of humor. I knew it all along. It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. What exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways! If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. 4 pegs? Goddamn. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Who is this? This is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? You spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. Seen Dingling. 6 months ago, he was hit by a... that would have been better. Bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. That's not really evidence. Especially we don't know anything about her. We've established, like, no foundation. But okay, sure. Let's just throw that out there. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You are such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There is no way that Regina could ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who was the one that gave the scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina? There's something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. 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 Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a Did he said fingering a criminal? Fingering a criminal, but out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge just doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed, and it looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling. However, lions sneeze. Whoa. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it?
You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened?
Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this incident, or this joke as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina.
You foolish idiots!
Ha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said is true?
Acro, you can't mean witness!
Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory.
What would that problem be?
Same problem it's always been, evidence. If I drop Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where's the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence?
The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise.
The murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were found to be in Acro's room, and if it were covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes.
Yes, it would be.
The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. See how things work out first. The defense requests to search the room of the witness, Ken Dingling. What is it now?
It looks like you still haven't figured things out, have you? By now you must know the meaning of Von Karma Total Justice.
You mean...
Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday.
What'd you find?
There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. To put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for.
You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room.
Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that.
That doesn't... Just because he did it by surprise doesn't really mean anything.
End of story.
Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this. It looks like you lack the final nail to put into my coffin.
But what about the scarf? What about the note?
What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now.
Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now?
Where's the bust right now?
Yo, Phoenix Wright, you know where that bust is, I'm sure you do.
Not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where that bust is? Seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short.
Thank you for your support.
Ugh. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination of this witness.
Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its... case, Lace. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she?
Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright?
What? Are you asking me? Oh my god, shut up. The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck.
Hey, wait. You can't be serious.
Acrobats always have their lives on the line, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up till now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose.
Very well. The defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step.
The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now?
Somewhere in this... All right, you want me to say somewhere in this courtroom? We'll do it for the lulz. It's obvious. The bus is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bus once for all. The judge's bench. It's, what? Why did you stop talking all of a sudden? Well, I'm just not under your honor's bench. What did you just say to me? That's a penalty. Ugh. What's that? You want a double? Here you go. God damn, he hit you twice for that? Whereas the one place you wouldn't have the murder weapon if you knew you were going to court to be a witness, I wouldn't have it on my person because I would be searched and go through a metal detector and they would find it on me instantly. I swear to God, if he has the fucking murder weapon. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location once and for all. The witness stand. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you're a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Seems to me that'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over, which is why you had to hide it. And the only place you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again, would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? Okay. I'm gonna back up Von Karma here. She lost, but it's definitely because she was lied to. For no other reason other than she was lied to. She thought she had done her job. Didn't try to forge evidence or anything like that. She thought she had the facts straight, and it turned out she had been lied to. Like, straight up lied to because the dude was like, the murder weapon? Nope. There's no murder weapon here. Not behind my back. What would Acro be charged with for a case like this? He had the intent to kill, but he accidentally killed the wrong person. Is that considered first degree? Let's pull up Wisconsin's chapter 940.01. First degree intentional homicide. Whoever causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another is guilty of a Class A felony. So in that case, he would still be charged with that wording, I would think he'd still be charged with first degree here, because it says causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another, meaning that he had intended to kill another, but instead killed that person. So yeah. Here it would still be first degree intentional homicide. Again, no, it depends on the state. This is Wisconsin's murder statute, in the first degree murder statute, that it could vary from state to state because that's something that changes depending. Southeastern. I don't like to give out my exact locations, but let's just say in that 5-county area. That's what I'm here for. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Am I sad it wasn't the clown after all? Kind of. Most sucks, just because he's a clown. I hate clowns so much. Imagine accidentally killing your only father who treat you nothing with love, kindness, and support. Must be painful. I'm actually surprised, given his temperament, that he just didn't turn himself in, considering he did it accidentally. Get better aim next time. Well, make sure that he overestimated his opponent in Regina. He thought Regina would read it and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show up there, but instead she's like, oh, this couldn't be for me, this must be for someone else, and then she's put it up on the bulletin board. Yeah, I mean, he gets hung here. He's going to die. He is going to die in this game. Where's the bus now? It's on Von Karma's chest. We need to examine it to verify. Please, if you will, Miss Von Karma. Shape of a woodpecker hole. Yeah, he got messed up. Oh, St. Croix, that's northwest of me, I think. I think that's, yeah, I think that's west of me, or northwest of me. I've driven through there before, but I've never had a chance to like stop off anywhere. I love the let's say the countryside of our state though, like leaving my area to go and I got friends all over the state, and then like Minneapolis and stuff like that. So I'm driving all around the state a lot. And I love driving around our state. It's so, the scenery's so just nice. It's not anything amazing, but it's nice. Like I drive through it and I'm like, this is chill, you know? This is really chill. I thought they said they do hang people though. I have no idea. You would know better than I do. But we know Von Karma's dead. He was hung, right? We don't know what happened to the others because I don't think it's ever mentioned later. At least as of like this point in time right now, right? Oh, I didn't know Chris lived in Wisconsin too. I know you did, but I didn't know. I knew you were south of me, but I didn't know Chris lived in Wisconsin as well. You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place I could hide it that quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. I'm almost positive. Unless, okay, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't know too much about metal detectors. Would bronze, maybe not platinum, but would bronze, I mean platinum would too. Both of those would set off a metal detector, wouldn't they? So I guess here, they don't have metal detectors. Good for them. La-dee-da, Mr. We are not worried about any crimes being committed in our courtroom. Woohoo! So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh, you definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. So wait, did she? Because if she did, then yeah, she's kind of terrible because she knew who really did it and was like, fuck it, I don't care. I just want to win the case. But it legit seems like she didn't realize she should be happy that the real culprit was found, but instead she is very upset. Now that could be because she was fooled and she lost the case, or it could be strictly because she lost the case. I can't believe it's me! Make a mistake? Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. Oh no, she had no fucking idea. Okay. It seems we finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. The other thing to point out too is that it's mentioned a few times that this isn't where they get sentenced. They actually go to a higher court for another trial after this. But we don't ever get to that point. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. No, you're guilty of actual murder. Don't try to ask yourself those types of questions to reframe your own ego and accountability. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it too innocently. Oof. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. Because that would be a really shitty thing to say. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself. Then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't, not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Ah, because he wanted to see his brother. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why he didn't just turn himself in. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm in. Idiots! Clap, clap for admitting that. Respect, respect. Sometimes you just need to admit aloud, I am stupid and did a stupid thing. I can't believe it. You beat me again. Yes, I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. And these birds were complicit. We are all guilty. This court is adjourned. Fabulous. But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this.
Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh?
That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max 1 million of them. God, thank you, person who committed me of murder. What's with the vibe in this room?
We're not really vibing very much here, Acro. Mo, we're thinking about Acro.
Fuck, I fucked it up. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever, never be happy.
Huh?
Aw, that's so sad. Am I supposed to dislike her? Because I really don't. Wah! She's been like this for a while now. Wah! It's all my fault. Wah! Sweetie pie.
Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gotta split up.
Regina.
Mr. Wright, tell me something.
What do you want to know, Regina?
Acro said something right at the end.
I just couldn't up and leave yet.
Does that mean that Acro, is he gonna try and get his revenge on me?
No. He's not gonna do that for you, Regina.
Are you sure? You really sure? I can believe that?
Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore.
If that's true, then I want to see some evidence.
Huh?
I want to know you're not just making that stuff up about Acro not wanting revenge.
He just wants to see his brother. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again.
Bat!
That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know.
I never knew. But now that Acro's been caught,
Uh-huh.
I know.
What?
I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes, and then until he can meet Acro again.
That's sweet of you, Regina.
I'm sorry, Acro. I'm so sorry, Bat.
Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind.
Hey, Max.
What is it, Mo?
We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. Whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract.
I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now?
That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. Staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision.
What is it?
I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn the circus into the best circus the world has ever seen.
The best circus the world has ever seen?
Don't laugh.
That's quite the goal.
Yay, I can't wait.
Then I guess that changes things.
Huh?
There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen.
Max,
Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy?
I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you.
Regina? You're gonna help them out too, aren't you?
I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me.
What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think I brought you to court today? We got to work together to make the Berry Big Circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo!
Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Berry Big Circus without Regina Berry.
Max.
Nick, it seems like everything is going to turn out all right here. I can't wait to see the best circus the world has ever seen.
We'll save you the most fabulous seats.
It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats.
There's the hiccups. Mo should get no happy ending. I agree with you there. Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you?
It was just a theory. A game theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney.
You mean Mr. Wright?
Of course. Well, Detective Mike Plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's place, in case you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back.
Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth.